Call to order the closed session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalojedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji, absent.
He's here. He's running in.
He is here. Councilmember Barrett
Nearly here.
Here.
and Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, do we have, no, there's no one in the audience. Do we have anyone online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
We have no attendees on Zoom, but we do have one e-comment in regards to item F1.
Okay, thank you. Could you read off what we'll be discussing in closed session, please, F1 to F12?
As authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. For item F1 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. The name of the case is Feras Adamo, an individual, Manhattan Beach Smoke Shop, Inc., a California corporation versus City of Redondo Beach, Jim Light, an individual, and does 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 26STCP 01367. Item F2 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Potential Litigation, and there is one potential case. Items F3 through F10 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. For F3, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20STCP 03193. Item F4, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA, LLC, and Leonid Postilnikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number B336042. Item F5, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA, LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number B337897. For item F6, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA, LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and does 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23STCV 10146. Item F7, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire, LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and does 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23STCP 02189. F8, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation. Sonia Traus, an individual versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and does 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 23TRCP 00325. For item F9, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire, LLC, bankruptcy CD Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. And for F10, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire, LLC, 9300 Wilshire, LLC et al. Versus AES Redondo Beach, LLC, bankruptcy CD Cal case number 223-AP-01163-ER. Items F11 and F12 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For item F11, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of the Harbor Drive, Pacific Avenue, Catalina Avenue, Gertruda Avenue, Redondo Street, and Esplanade. And for item F12, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of the APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of King Harbor Turn Basin and Hand Launch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to these items, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Alina Hashmi, our Senior Deputy City Attorney. And for items F11 and F12, we will have Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session, please?
Move to recess to closed session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we are recessed to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on any actions that are reportable and to start the open session. Thank you.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Kaluta-Jedovic. Absent. Oh, I did hear here. Okay. Councilmember Barrett. Okay, absent. Mayor Light.
Present. City Manager Wojciechowski, anything to announce from closed session?
Yes, a couple items, Your Honor. On the matter listed with F1 on the closed session calendar, in that case, the council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city and yourself as represented. And then for items F11 and F12, we're going to need to come back into closed session after the open session meeting. So those will become items R11 and R12. We'll need to reread those at the conclusion of our open session calendar.
Okay, thank you. See, could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
Moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. I'm going to call to order the regular council meeting. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalu-Jedovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Present. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand so we can recognize you for your service. Anybody? All right. Okay, now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing afterward for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Max, who also helped us light the Christmas tree. So good to see you back, Max, and you'll lead us in the pledge. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to you, Max.
Let's get that mic on. There we go.
Good evening. My name is Max, and I'm a fourth grader at Bernie Elementary School. My favorite school subject is math. I love going to the beach and going to the Redondo Beach Library. Now put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Max, come on up and we'll get a picture with you. Well done. Well done.
Max, did I see you at Spring Fest? Yes.
Great job.
There you go, he knows the drill.
Sister was here too.
Okay,
well, here. Smile. Okay.
You want to come in, Max?
You want to get in the picture?
I'll get it. Yes. Good enunciation.
And loud.
All right, 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Can we take a picture with Max? Yes. Just with Max.
Wait.
1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Well done, Max. Okay, so now we're going to item D. If you're following along, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. I do have a couple of proclamations and presentations tonight.
Caught on your chair.
Okay, for this next presentation, I'd like to call up our urban forestry manager. Mark, is Mark here? Mark. Come on up. And Laura McMorrin, and we have okay, so Mary couldn't make it. Okay. It's my pleasure to recognize Arbor Day, a celebration that reminds us of the vital role trees play in the health and beauty of our community. Here in Redondo Beach, our urban forest is something truly special. We care for more than 11,000 trees, spanning over 200 species, creating a diverse and vibrant canopy throughout our city. But these trees are more than just scenic, they are essential infrastructure. Our urban forest is valued at approximately $54 million, providing environmental benefits like cleaner air, shade, and climate resilience, while also enhancing property values and quality of life. That's why we remain committed to growing and maintaining this important resource. Each year, we plant 100 new trees, at least 100, ensuring the future generations will continue to enjoy a greener, healthier Redondo Beach. Tree City USA for 3 consecutive years, a testament to our dedication to responsible urban forest management. This weekend, we'll continue that effort in partnership with Citizens for Redondo's Trees, planting 5 new trees at Ensenada Parquet, a great example of how community involvement strengthens our environmental stewardship. Arbor Day is not just about planting trees, it's about planting the future. I encourage all residents to take part, whether by planting a tree, caring for the ones that we already have, or simply taking a moment to appreciate the natural beauty around us. At this time, it's my honor to proclaim April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day in the city of Redondo Beach. Come on, man. Did you want to say anything more?
I'd like to say, first, Citizens of Redondo's Trees has become an initiative of the South Bay Parkland Conservancy and is now actually Citizens for South Bay Trees, because really our urban canopy goes beyond Redondo's borders. Second, I'd like to thank the City of Redondo Beach so much for partnering with this group and the mayor for this proclamation today.
Thank you. Mark, did you want to say anything? You're good?
Thanks for planting all the
I
trees,
also
Mark.
wanted to give a shout out over this, if you were at Earth Day at Wilderness Park, you would have seen trees laid around the facility that volunteers were planting. So SBPC got a grant, and they were planting 55 new trees in Wilderness Park in addition to the 5 you'll be planting on Arbor Day. So yeah, sure.
I have these postcards that tell the brief history of Arbor Day, and I would like to give them to council, and I'll leave some outside.
Okay, thank
Motion
you.
to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
So I will leave this with you, unless Mark, you want it? Okay, let's get back here and get a picture with
Yeah, one. Okay. Taking and thank you.
All right, one more. Thank you.
So SBTC members, raise your hand. Thanks for being here tonight. Thank you very much. Okay, for our second one, it's my pleasure to recognize California Water Service as they celebrate an incredible milestone, 100 years of service to the city of Redondo Beach and communities like ours here in the South Bay. Can I call up General Manager Rob Thompson and Public Affairs Manager Kimberly Caballero to join me up here? For a century, California Water Service has played a vital role in delivering safe, reliable water to our residents and businesses, supporting the health, growth, and quality of life we value so highly in our coastal community. From our neighbors to our local businesses and even the visitors who come to enjoy our beautiful coastline, dependable water service is something we rely on every single day. Water is one of our most essential resources, and the work of ensuring its quality and reliability often happens behind the scenes. Tonight, we recognize the dedicated professionals who make that possible. California Water Service has also shown a strong commitment to environmental stewardship. something especially important to a beachside community like ours, along with their ongoing investment in infrastructure that keeps our systems strong and resilient. And if you were at that Earth Day at Wilderness Park, you would have seen their booth. So appreciate your support, not just being there, but also helping sponsor the event. So thank you very much. We appreciate your partnership with the City of Redondo Beach and your continued efforts to serve our community with excellence. So on behalf of the residents of Redondo Beach, the City Council, and as Mayor, I'd like you to present this proclamation recognizing 100 years of water service to us. Thank you very much.
Cal Water is extremely proud and honored to have served the city of Redondo Beach for 100 years, and we're looking forward to 100 more after that.
Okay. Do you want to say anything? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Over here. Thank you.
Congratulations on 100 years.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Kids don't have to shake everybody's hands.
Okay, with that, we'll go to the rest of the announcements, and we'll start with Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so last week I attended the Neon Night last Thursday at Springfest. There were 2 business mixers. We had great comedy, a number of good bands, a lot of food, and a lot of drink. It was a great time held by all. I was in Colorado over the weekend where I ended up walking the grounds of their state capitol, and tomorrow I'll be about 5,280 feet lower in Sacramento at our state capitol, helping with supporting AB 2741. And since it is Arbor Day, we have Arbor Day story time at the main library right there, April 24th, Friday from 3:30 to 4. And an Arbor Day tree planting Saturday, April 25th, 9 to 11, it says at Ensenada Parkette. And the city's birthday is April 26th, Dominguez Park, 10 to 2. I don't know if that's on the city calendar yet, but it wasn't last week when I looked. And then Keep the Esplanade Beautiful is having their first of the month Saturday sweep, May 2nd, 9 a.m. on Esplanade at Avenue I. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Waller. Councilmember Castle.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. We had a very busy weekend in District 2. On Saturday morning, we had our local women's club hosting their 70th annual Marina District convention, where we had over 10 cities of women's clubs across Los Angeles come to Redondo Beach to celebrate and give awards for community service and volunteering in their local cities. We also had a new revived King Harbor Association Chalk Art Challenge. As part of King Harbor's celebration of Earth Day, they invite children to come in and draw chalk art along the seawall, which was something that had been done in the past and was very well attended. And then later that morning, I attended the South Bay Parklands Conservancy celebration of Earth Day at Wilderness Park. Again, a great day hosted by them. And then in the afternoon, I attended Springfest in North Redondo that just grows in popularity every year, and saw Councilmember Barrett there as well Saturday afternoon. On Sunday morning, I actually organized on the land side a King Harbor and Pier Cleanup Day. Back a year ago when I was campaigning, a number of residents across District 2 wanted to get more involved at the waterfront and doing cleanups like they do the beach cleanups down in District 1 down around the Riviera. And so on Sunday, I organized one, and on the land side, we had 35 volunteers show up to pick up trash around King Harbor. And we started at Veterans Park and worked our way all the way up to the Portofino Hotel. And that was on the land side. King Harbor Yacht Club and the Redondo Beach Glass Bottom Boat got involved and organized surface cleanup of the water. So debris that's floating around the water inside the harbor, they organized a cleanup of that as well. And then Dive and Surf also had their 1-year anniversary of their monthly cleanups and actually were picking up trash from under the water. So we were on the land, on the surface, and under the water. And all told, we had about 70 volunteers on Sunday in all 3 areas picking up trash in our waterfront. So we were able to pick up quite a bit of debris, and by the afternoon, the East Harbor looked much better than it did when we started. So that was pretty exciting to see, and hopefully we'll start that up on a regular basis in the future. And that's all I have for this weekend.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaladerovich.
Mayor Pro Tem, I want to shout out to our Public Works staff, Kat Schubert, and along with Athens, who showed up at Washington's Earth Day event with a trash truck. It was a big hit, teaching parents and students about recycling, how to sort, how properly to prepare your items, and what a great example of all of us coming together and showing up for our community. And I think in the end, this results in education for not just this generation, but the next, and a healthier planet all around. So thank you to all of you. And I also did a tour with Councilmember Waller here last week with Southland, learning about some potential efficiencies with upgrading mechanical systems that are an opportunity for us in our city, which also highlighted a need to better understand the lifespan of our facilities, much like we do our vehicles. So that was really educational. And I want to shout out to Springfest. I was able to open the Teen Talent Contest on Friday night. And I also witnessed the incredible volunteer interns that were helping put on Springfest, and Robin Garfield and Mickey and Desiree, kind of guiding them through this process. But it was such a great example for these kids, these young adults, to learn how to take their ideas and put them into real world events, and also follow through with it. So manning booths and putting on the whole event. It was great, and kudos to all of those involved. That's it, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, it was great to go out to Wilderness Park and see SBPC leading the way there, as well as all the folks that they had setting up tables and the like. I got to check out the lower pond, and I was pleased to see, if you light up 2B, please. This beautiful introduction to the lower pond set up by Community Services. A shout out to Michelle Pineda, because I think she designed this, and it's a king frog bearing a Redondo Beach logo, and it was just really cool. I love, nothing warms my heart like a creative use of the Redondo Beach logo. All right, and then in District 4, thank you, Mike Klein, because a resident had complained about dirt on the new pathway where we built out the North Redondo Beach bike path. A dirt area was blowing in the wind, and it was getting dusty. And I was walking there the other day. If you can light up 2B again, please. And this beautiful 3/4 inch rock, crushed rock, was laid down there. It's a really nice texture, and it's also at Wilderness Park. So thank you, Mike Klein. Thank you, Public Works, for your responsive to the residents' requests there. I wanted to do a shout out to the NRBBA. Thank you so much for a phenomenal Springfest. I was there on Thursday and Sunday, and on Sunday, the music was fantastic. Really good. I wanted to stay, but we had the baby and the sun was really strong. So a suggestion I'll make for next time is a big tent for the seating area and the beer garden. And I think that I might have one more. Last one. There was a unhoused family sitting on the Redondo Beach Pier yesterday morning. I approached them, spoke to them. Lila had already known about them. I messaged her, but they had lost they're from here. They had moved. They went up to Hollywood. They lost their backpack with all their identification documents. So they're stuck in this system where they can't get a license because they don't have their birth certificate, and they can't get their birth certificate because they don't have their social security card, and so on and so forth. But they weren't there this morning because they had met up with Bernard, who's our navigator who works under Lila, and he is taking them to the LA County to get them their documents, which they were not able to get on their own without him. So thank you and shout out to Lila and our department for doing a great job continually. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to announce that on Monday, May 4th, 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, Councilmember Zane Iobaji Jr. and I are proud to present
Pillars of.
well, part 3 of our Pillars of Public Safety event. And our special guest will be City Attorney Joy Ford. City Attorney Ford will be presenting her priorities for the city on behalf of the City Attorney's Office, speaking to quality of life issues, unhoused issues in our homeless program, as well as taking questions, providing answers, and receiving input from residents like yourself. So we hope you can attend. Refreshments will be served. And that again is Monday, May 4th, 6 p.m., Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center.
How many episodes are in this series?
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Open-ended.
Okay, I think most of them were brought up, but the reason I stepped out there is I have been working over the weekend and the last week about final tweaks to a bill that we have, housing bill that we have going forward tomorrow. So fingers crossed that goes. There was a final change that was proposed, and it went in our favor. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed on that bill, and if it passes, we'll let you all know what it's all about. I also got to, I didn't hear when I was back there, I got to attend, I had the honor of presenting the key of the city to Gary Lealagi, who retired after, 38 years of service. So we're going to miss him, but we wished him fair winds and following seas. I think you guys had some go back, so we'll start with
I just have
Councilmember Castle.
2 quick shout outs. On the King Harbor Cleanup Day, one of the groups that did come was Girl Scout Troop 4995, and they came about, there were about a dozen of them who showed up, and I gave them the toughest area. If many of you know, around Joe's Crab Shack, there was lots of things to pick up around there, and they did a great job. And then last but not least, I wanted to give a shout out to our Public Works employees down at the waterfront. Chris King and Roberto Avila did a great job getting us the materials that we needed, having everything set up for us, and then disposing of the bin once we were done. So I just wanted to.
Okay, and then you have a go back, Councilmember Waller.
I forgot to mention that Saturday, April 25th, the Women's Club of Redondo Beach is having their 16th annual spaghetti dinner, 5 to 9 p.m. The Women's Club is right across the street from the fire station number 1. If you go to redondowoman.org, you can get your tickets early for $15. Otherwise, it's $20 at the door. They don't mind if you pay them more money because the proceeds benefit local charities.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see, we're at item E now on, if you're following on the agenda, approving the order of the agenda. Does any member of the council wish to change the order of the agenda? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll be following the printed agenda. Next item, we don't have an agency recess, so we're going down to blue folders. Anything in the blue folder for this evening?
Yes, Mayor. We have H11, which is approve the 7th Amendment to the amended and restated agreement for special event services and revocable license with Stanford Ventures. So you received the 7th Amendment agreement for Beach Life, and we also received the countersign or signature later today, earlier today. And then J1, public participation on non-agenda items. public communications, and 2 regarding discussion on the design of the Seaside Lagoon Rehabilitation Project, additional design, views, and segments. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Motion to
you.
receive and file?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to receive and file those items. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we're going down to item H, the consent calendar. There are 12 items on the consent calendar. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the items H1 to H12? Okay, seeing,
Pull H11.
okay, we will pull H11. Okay, can I get a motion to approve H1 through H12 with the exception of H11?
So moved. Second.
Okay, before we vote, we'll take public input on this. I do have one card. Ron Morocco wishes to speak on H4.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ron Morocco, District 3. I've spoken to you before about the minutes that we have, and I will note for you that in your agenda packet was minutes from March 17th that are 54 pages long. In addition to requiring a lot of time on your part to review them, because I assume all of you are reading these lengthy minutes, there's a lot of extraneous information contained in there. And on top of it, you have a video that's available for as well that you could be looking at. So as we enter the budget season, I want to pick up on a topic that Councilmember Barrett had suggested. And in your agenda packet, page number 97, there is $7,395 of expense dealing with preparation of minutes. It seems that every time that you have a council meeting, it's $765 to prepare the minutes. Some of the commissions are $630. But I ask if it's necessary to do that. And if you look at the minutes, they're really kind of getting out of hand at this point as far as the length goes. So my suggestion is to follow what Councilman Barrett suggests, was let's make these minutes all AI taking care of it. I mean, you could save a lot of money on it. It takes the transcript and we'll actually put it all together and somebody can review it for a lot less than $7,395 for just a 3-month period. You need to take a look at your minutes. It is unwieldy. It does have a lot of extraneous information on it. And then similarly, I can think of things that you can spend $7,397 on, such as putting benches in the Heritage Court, because we just removed one and we're having a birthday party this weekend, which nobody announced, unfortunately. So I'm hoping all of you show up. And that's all I have to say right now.
What, Mayor?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of extraneous information in the minutes that you're referring to?
In the 54 pages, I can find all sorts of discussion. I know that one time when I spoke here, the minutes reflect that I ran out of time. And it's like, had other things to say, I ran out of time. That shouldn't be in the minutes. I mean, I go through when I have my commission meeting, we go through and we call things out. I'm sure Eleanor can tell you all the issues that I've brought up over time, and now I'm routinely voting no on them because I think they're just out of control. But you're reading your minutes, so you should be able to see a lot of extraneous stuff.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on H1 through H12 with the exception of H11? Okay, anyone online?
We have, let's see, 1 second. None on Zoom and no on online.
Okay, so
No
I'll call the vote, everybody, for H1 through H12 with the exception of H11.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Do you need to read any of those?
Yes. H7, adopt by title only resolution number 2604-022, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a public works contract to Ramco General Engineering Contracts, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $719,885 for the construction of the Veterans Park Historic Library Community Center exterior accessibility improvements project, job number 20900H8, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2604-020, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, accepting a donation in the amount of $20,308.16 from the Redondo Beach Police and Fire Foundation and authorizing a fiscal year 2025-2026 budget modification to appropriate the $20,308.16 in a donation fund to the Fire Department operating budget to fund the cost of 4 Seek Pro Plus thermal imaging cameras. H9, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2604-021, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing retired CalPERS Inuit David Biggs to perform services as an extra help project manager in the Waterfront and Economic Development Department in accordance with Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224. H12, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2604-019, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring the replacement of the Franklin Park Playground as maintenance and exempting it from bidding requirements pursuant to sections 19 and 19.1A of the City Charter of Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now going to excluded consent calendar items. Item I, Councilmember Kalajerovich pulled H11, which is the Beach Life Festival agreement. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to pull this. This is an amendment that we find ourselves approving annually at this point. And, you know, I will just say that this is not the amendment that I was hoping for or the agreement that I was hoping for. You know, we love what Beach Life brings to the city. Great show, great artists. Just disappointed in this agreement.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item?
Yes.
Councilmember Obaji.
I agree. At this time last year, I was saying the very same thing, which is these one-off amendments were wearing away at me and the relationship between, to a certain extent, between the city and the Beach Life organizer because we're constantly negotiating against one another. And so more harmony, more peace, more partnership would be brought about by a long-term deal. And I met with Mr. Sanford twice, once with Councilmember Kalajerovich, once alone, and I thought we'd be at a different place right now. So I'm very disappointed in this deal. I will say, I think this deal is a fair deal to the city. It's exactly what we got last year, but I think the city deserves more. I imagine our city comprises 30 to 40% of the people who attend Beach Life Festival, and so we contribute significantly. I will say I bought 2 full-price VIP tickets to Beach Life this summer, or this May, in 2 weeks, thinking, I'm celebrating, hey, Beach Life here for the long term, a long-term deal. We don't need to do this every year. Here we are approving a one year or one event amendment. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, anyone else?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address the council on H11? Anyone online?
I have none.
Okay, I'll call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, we have a 3-2 vote. Motion carries. Now we're going down to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, if any, will be considered under this section. And I do have some written requests. So first is Holly Osborne and then Andre LaRue.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Holly Osborne from District 5. I've been a North Redondo resident and homeowner for over 45 years. And I've been interested in city planning and green space and trees for much of that time. And an aside, I hope you've all read the Easy Reader this week because Bob Pinsler explained it a lot better than I did. Go get it in the library if you haven't. Okay, years ago, I was told that when cities initially drew up plans for where to plan parks, they took into account where the school playgrounds were. If there was a school playground, then that was the green space. If there was not a school, then a city park was planned, and in this way, green space was distributed throughout the city. This model works fine, although over the years, there have been hiccups. Because of safety issues, more and more school properties have been fenced off, affecting the public access. In this area that started in the 1980s. Environmentally, however, the green space is still green and the trees still do their thing. But negative environmental effects can occur when a school closes. In this case, the property where Andrews Elementary was located in North Redondo, the school district replaced the school with very high density housing. 135 units of senior housing, known as Heritage Point, was built on an area of 2.5 acres, resulting in a density of 54 dwelling units per acre. The surrounding area is R3 and is about 17.4 units per acre. However, the school district did preserve a block of land just south of the development, now called Andrews Park. And this block is, well, I listed what it is, but anyway, this is actually a nice little piece of land. And so thank you for the school district for keeping some green space for the neighbors and the senior citizens. But here is the problem. The city council is proposing upzoning this type of land so that still more housing could be built. Read Mr. Pensle's article. The citizens must not allow them to do this when it comes to a vote. This could destroy the green space there and other similar properties. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Andre LaRue? And that's the last card I have.
Could I give you this?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Andre LaRue, and I'm a lifetime Redondo Beach resident, and I'm here tonight to raise concerns about an ordinance that is no longer reflects the city that the city we are today, and or the direction the city itself has taken. Redondo Beach has become far denser over the last 50 years. Homes are closer together, lots are smaller, and residents rely more than ever on trees and landscaping for privacy, cooling, and quality of life. Yet the city still is enforcing rules written very much for a very much less dense city without modern definitions or standards. Today, the city staff met on site at my house with the city arborist, code enforcement, and fire officials to review my property. What was very clear at the meeting was that there's no clear objective definition in the municipal code that distinguishes a tree from a hedge. Even the city's own arborist explained that vegetation can function as either depending on spacing, density, and maintenance, and not based on measurable legal standard. That lack of clarity leaves residents guessing, and enforcement becomes subjective and complaint-driven. At the same time, the city is actively advancing urban forestry planning and tree canopy expansion, and proudly holds the designation as Tree City USA. And Jim, you explained it very well today, and the city needs more trees. And so the goals these goals depend on residents maintaining healthy trees on private property, especially since roughly 3/4 of Redondo Beach is privately owned. So when you're talking about expanding trees and planting trees. You're only talking about private land or public land. Why not utilize what we already have? We have all this private land. Let's make our residential neighborhoods more beautiful. Yet this very ordinance being enforced today undermines those goals. City inspectors continue approving new construction projects, many valued over $2 million. The ones right by my house, 2.8, with landscaping plans that include the same types of trees later cited under this ordinance. It means that this law is broad and significant portion of a city, including the city-approved properties and city-maintained landscaping, could be considered in violation. But so I think you can read the rest. It's on, my time is up, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that's the last card I have. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? You don't have to raise your hand, sir. Just come on down. Oh, no, there's another gentleman.
Oh, thank God. Yes, someone else needs
Not that I wouldn't call you, sir.
to take that role. It can't be me. All right, good evening. Just about a year ago, we sat here discussing capital projects and the city's math challenges with the sound wall in front of 500, 600 North Prospect frontage. Following some engineering review and redesign, we found out that $2 million probably was more like $250K for something that actually met state code as well. So here we are tonight with no safe and sound wall and 6 months of not so well performing greenery. And it doesn't really provide any sound block. I mean, DOT will tell you that. And it's no safety block. So in the meantime, it appears that the city's lack of ability to vet other things that happen on the frontage road is costing us enough money that we could have had a good down payment on the sound wall. So, for instance, December 11th, 2025, the house directly across the street from Beach Cities called in a fire alarm because there was spray white Christmas flocking snow on some windows, and they thought it was a fire and smoke. So the city responded with a dozen emergency vehicles and a few McCormicks, and they were there for an hour and a half. I honestly can't imagine what that cost, but $25K doesn't seem unreasonable. Last week, the same house called and thought there was a sinkhole on the frontage road on 500, 600. And I don't exactly understand how this happened. I mean, this is a resident with no engineering background or anything else. And so the city came out, dug up 15 by 30 on the road, and then stopped, and then filled it with asphalt and brought out a roller. And there were like a half dozen city trucks there and a few little heavy equipment for the day. So, this is really a problem. We only needed $250K, and we probably have watched $50K go down the drain between a false alarm call and digging up the street for no reason. I mean, it could have been a boring core, could have been even a ground penetrating radar would have been cheaper than digging up the street and spending the day that way. So I guess I'm concerned that, we're not getting the safety and sound protection that we need. And if the city would invest in call blocking from 513, there wouldn't be a problem because, we at least would have saved the second 25 grand. And I do appreciate, being able to come down and let you know, because we're coming into CapEx season again, I suspect. And so we'll have that chat one more time and see where we can get with that. And maybe we'll call it a hedge and maybe we'll call it a tree. I don't know what's on that median strip. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
First of all, thank you, each one of you, for what you do every week and the hard work it is to listen to all of us. My name's Steve Haig, 35-year plus residence in North Zanes area. Before that, South Redondo. I don't go to your meetings, and bring up a lot of crazy things. I'll discuss or want to discuss some things that I think would help residents, you, or just, I think, us. There's one thing I've latched onto, and I hope you change, and I've had to do a lot of legwork on it. The Artesia artwork project, I'm not against it at all. Didn't really know much about it. Sometimes the communication between y'all, Castle, I would have helped clean up trash had I known that. Sometimes the communication, it seems so divided that maybe if we figured out a different way or something newer, yes, I'll support you on Monday. Don't let him bring the food. You have to bring the food. But anyway, we should work hard, enjoy ourselves, and get things done. There's one piece of the artwork I have a severe issue with, and it has to do with the identity of Redondo Beach. And every one of you know exactly what I'm talking about. You all have my cell phones, you all have the data, and that data is real because I walk my dog all around, up and down, etc. I bike. So if I give you information, it's fact-based. It's an LGBTQ plus sculpture that somebody wants to place in front of North Redondo Library. 2/3 of the kids live in North Redondo. The city identity, I think the first time I ever spoke here, which I don't do it often, other than you get to hear about this same thing and me harping and communicating. I said, what does Redondo Beach stand for? Because when you drive from the freeway to the ocean, you know what's on both sides of you. And we're making some progress on some things. But I've tried to reach out to each one of you, a couple engaged, and I find it unfortunate that you have made some decisions without public input. You couldn't have, because I spoke to you before the public even knew about this. By getting the numbers I've provided for you, that's how many people knew about this. I hope you don't treat it like a piece of pizza and start taking slices out of it, because that's wrong.
Okay, thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, anyone else? Hey, Mary.
So sorry I missed the proclamation. I thought it was at 6.
That's okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for holding that proclamation and for the support from City Council and Public Works and everyone involved in bringing the Arbor Day planting together. I also wanted to speak on the school property FAR. I did reach out to a few council people. I think it was probably last year. I met with Council Member Kalajurovich, apologies, and I brought this up with her. I have major concerns predominantly because so much of our green space, our park space is attached or was attached to schools. A lot of those schools are gone and so is that park space. I spent a lot of time at Alta Vista Park. I'm on the board of Redondo Sunset, the softball and baseball youth league, and my kids have both played AYSO soccer, so I see the amount of children that use that field, and half of Alta Vista Park belongs to the school district, and they have three of our major fields. So the Redondo Beach city side only has one field, and so all I think about is what happens if that other east side of Alta Vista becomes so valuable to the school district, and they've demonstrated time and time again that they're willing to lease off their land. And so we really have no reason to believe that they're not going to continue to do that, especially if land becomes more valuable. And at this point, we really can't afford to lose any more of our park space. We're already park poor, and the schedule, the internal schedule, if you saw it, I mean, it's jam-packed. Sometimes we can't do makeup games because there's just no field space. So I would hope that you would consider these points when deliberating on the school district FAR number increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Do you need a handheld mic? Can we use?
This takes me a second. Thank you. I'm Mary Simon. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for all you do for our community, mayor and council and staff. And I just want to speak in support of the art walk in North Redondo. I think it's absolutely fabulous. I volunteer with the Redondo Beach Public Library. I'm of the Friends, and we are so excited about this project, and we welcome art of all forms, and I'm also a member of the LGBTQ community, and we are part of this community. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Do we have anyone online?
No hands raised, and then also no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on. Let's see, we'll jump to item N1. That's the next substantive item. This is a discussion and possible action regarding the Fulton Playfield Multi-Benefit Infiltration Project. Andy, are you going to speak to this?
Yeah. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the time on this matter. This involves the Fulton Playfield Infiltration Project, which is a stormwater quality project, part of the city's adopted enhanced watershed management plan that is part of our stormwater permit compliance requirements. We have a long list of projects that we're doing over time to reduce, thank you, Madam Clerk, to reduce pollution into the ocean, and this is a project that we've been working on some time. It's the largest regional project among our partners with the other beach cities to reduce pollutants into the Santa Monica Bay. Tonight I have with us Lauren Sablon, our city engineer, and Ashwini Bindi, who is going to project manage this one, and they'll be sharing more details about the project tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think Andy actually presented on a few of the items I was going to just mention. But this is the city is part of the Beach Cities Watershed Management Group, which is a collaboration of Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, Torrance, and LA County Flood Control District. And like he said, we work together to develop the watershed management program and plan to comply with the state's requirements. Each city or each agency has their own targets and projects they're working on to meet these requirements. The project that we have before you tonight is included in the city's approved watershed management program and is a priority regional project to reduce pollutants in the Santa Monica Bay, as was stated. Let's see. Tonight, this is the existing site conditions. It's Fulton Playfield Infiltration Project. There is an existing detention basin that's currently underneath Fulton Playfield. This is for flood control management, and it takes water from the existing storm drain, and it just holds it there until it can drain back into the system and out to the Redondo outlet. So let's see. This is the drainage area that will go to Fulton Playfield, and this project will retrofit the existing 6.6 acre feet diversion chamber. It will add infiltration elements, and it also enhances the existing surface landscaping. The key benefits for the project are that it will capture the pollution in this area, and it won't make its way to the ocean as it currently does. And it does increase our flood management area and retention. And it will reduce our heat island effects because we're removing concrete that's existing in the parkway and replacing that with parkway landscaping. So this is the set of plans, an overview. We will be putting dry wells into into the park and also onto the street on Earl and Hall Court. There will be 7 dry wells that are installed in the park around the ball fields, outside of the limits of the ball field. And those would be, what you'll see on the surface is just a manhole cover. So we also are installing a ocean-friendly garden, which will be fed by street runoff. And the bioretention parkway along Ringe Lane, there's 2 parkway drains that will now drain into the parkway, and we're removing additional concrete as well.
Can you explain what a dry well is?
Yes, let's see. Thank you for asking. The 13 dry wells, they are a 50-foot deep cylinder that's drilled out, and it will percolate it down below into rock that is put on the bottom of this dry well. The overflow will come from the storm drain that's captured the water on the street, and then it comes into the diversion detention basin. And right now, like I said, it was sitting, and instead it's going to go to these dry wells in the ground, and it'll give the opportunity for the rainwater to percolate back into the aquifers, and instead of rushing out to the ocean. Hopefully that helps. And then we have the ocean-friendly garden, which again, we'll be putting in a catch basin, which will capture the water and then divert it to the ocean-friendly garden. And down below is the bioretention parkway, kind of where instead of, it'll sit a little lower so that it will actually hold the water. Maybe your parkway out in front of your yard or in front of your house is flush with the existing sidewalk. We're actually going to remove some of that dirt and lower it so that water can come into the parkway, and it'll give it time to the water to percolate down into the ground. So we wanted to let you know that we did a community outreach meeting. It was held at Valor Christian Academy, which is right next door, in February of 2024. We did talk about the reasons and the needs for this project to meet our requirements. We also talked about the design elements, and it was presented the construction activities as well, and the impacts on the playing field and parking. And from that community meeting, there was about 20 residents and community members that attended. They gave their feedback, and we integrated their comments into the design, which was they didn't want any additional exercise equipment. They preferred to keep the green space as much as possible, so we were able to move those dry wells outside of that green space, and we did not install any exercise equipment. So those are that was included in the final design. We will have a community meeting prior to construction starting to let them know about the construction scheduling. So funding wise, this project is fully funded by Measure W. We had originally, actually going back to the community meeting, had stated that the project would begin no earlier than 2028 due to the way that we had our funding laid out. However, staff came forward and requested additional funding, and we were able to expedite our timeline, and so that we are able to build this project now. The Regional Safe Clean Water Board had supported our project and was able to finance that additional funding. So our estimated project schedule lines up with that. If we were authorizing the plans and specs tonight, we would advertise by the end of April and open bids in May. And we'll bring forward and hopefully a good construction contract for you to award in June. We have our construction phase, which is 120 working days, and we would anticipate completing that project and accepting the project as complete by next summer. This also aligns with our funding, so which was reviewed by finance as well. So they're aware of that. And tonight we are recommending that you approve the plans and specs for the project and authorize the city clerk to advertise the project for competitive bids. And staff, and we also are here for any questions. And we actually have the new engineering on the call as well for any technical questions.
Well, I can't tell you how happy I am to see a project like this. For those of you who have followed me since I got on here, you know I've been pushing for infiltrating water into our aquifer, and this is a great project to do that. I hope we have many more. Appreciate you moving this forward earlier. That's usually not the way things happen, but I like to hear it. The one concern I have is, and Councilmember Kalajerovich, this is your district, you know, we ran into a problem in Hermosa on the green belt where the residents didn't know about it till the end and then rose up and caused the council to vote against something. It was bigger than this project, but something similar. So hopefully you reach out. And February 2024 is quite a while ago. So I think the sooner you can get the word out, the better, and get the feedback. Do you have the plants picked for the bioswale and the garden?
We do. It is incorporated in the plans and specs. We can provide that to you. I would read them, but they're all in Latin.
Yeah, no, I don't. Is there a chance to change them if we see something wrong?
Definitely.
Okay. Just want to make sure we got good natives going in there. Let's see. Okay, I see Councilmember Abaji, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thanks for this. Sounds awesome. Could you go back to the slide, please, with the area that this is going to be feeding into this? Is that going to be feeding water into the Fulton Playfield by surface water travel or underwater travel, like through stormwater drains?
It'll be captured by the stormwater drains in the system, the current system, and it'll be diverted in the detention basin itself. So we'll be capturing, once that goes into the detention basin, we'll be capturing it there. So you won't actually feel or see anything different
On the surface.
On the
Okay.
surface,
I was going
correct.
to say, if all of this is feeding, it's going to be a ton of water on the surface.
Just the bioswales and the ocean-friendly planter area.
Feeding from the
those one will be
immediately
feeding.
adjacent area.
Correct.
Okay. Cool. And then for the period of time that construction is going to be going on, let's say, 6 months, 8 months or so, do we have any plan for interrupting the sports programs that are there? I know that, for example, on Sunday, there's some soccer program for little kids that folks come to.
Yeah, a lot of the work is occurring underground and can be done outside of the sports. We recently did a project, the Ringe pump station there, where we had a lot of disruption to the sports fields because of that. This one will be a little bit different, although there will be some interruption on the west side of the park. So we'll need to work with our contractor on figuring out how to work around that. And if we do need to close it for a certain period of time, we'll get that word out, and that'll be part of our outreach to the community.
Noticing and the like, maybe signs.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes. Thank you for expediting this. And looking at the community feedback, you touched on this already. It was expressed, or at least written in the notes, that the community was expecting this in late 2028. So this is significantly advanced, which is great. But I think we do need to do some noticing to them, and I'm happy to work with you on that. Community meetings, maybe we can schedule something sooner than later. And then also noted that one of the big requests was to make sure that construction parking staging was on Ripley and not Earl. So can we work on making that true? And
We can certainly work that into our initial conversations with the contractor when they come. There is some work that will have to occur on the Earl side, but yeah, in general, I think the Ripley side is actually a little bit flatter and probably a little bit safer for construction.
yeah, and less
vehicles.
school traffic and the community traffic over there. And this is part of a lot of things that you guys do in the community, bike lanes and all kinds of improvements. I see that this is a partnership. The jurisdiction is actually Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, and Torrance. I'm just kind of curious as to where they are with their parts of the project, and are they on track? Or, I mean, it just seems like you guys are doing an outstanding job, and I'm just curious.
Yeah,
as to the
so
other
the beach
jurisdictions.
cities work together to address pollutants that drain to both the Dominguez Channel and to the Santa Monica Bay. We have a number of projects that we do in concert with the other cities. We're doing a drywall project now, for instance, I think we got a Green Streets project with the city of Torrance at the helm. Our project, we're partnering with Manhattan Beach on this particular one. Hermosa has their own individual drywall project going, as we have had in the past. So there's just a number of projects on the list that we need to do to comply with our requirements for the MS4 permit, our stormwater drain permit. Manhattan Beach is kicking off a project, I think it's about $17 million, that's all their city, 28th Street drain that drains into the Santa Monica Bay as well. That's kind of a key project for them that's starting up right now. So we're all heavily invested in this, and it depends on kind of our area and where we drain and all that kind of thing to determine who is doing what and when they're doing it. We're all sharing in partnership, for instance, with the Alondra Park project that LA County is doing it. We're making contributions to that project. So, yeah, we're all working together. Even though we have different projects, we do have a lot of shared projects as well to meet our deadline. We have the same requirements in our permit. The cities all share that together. So we're all kind of rowing in the same direction, as it were, with meeting those requirements.
And you mentioned the deadline. What is the deadline?
It varies depending. We have certain milestones we have to hit over time. I think our next one, I'm kind of going out on a limb here because, I think we have a couple of years before we hit our first important one,
Yeah. No, thank you.
That it?
Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, we'll go back to, I would make a motion to approve plans. Can you go back to that slide, please?
Oops. Go back to that last slide so you can see it.
Now it is, yeah. Approve plans and specifications for the project and authorize the city clerk to advertise the project for competitive bids.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before I call the vote, any member of the public wish to address this item? You don't have to. You don't have to raise your hand. You can come up.
You're good.
You don't have to apologize.
This is super exciting. I've been involved with, I'm with Surfrider Foundation, South Bay, and Mary Simon. I've been involved with getting the Manhattan Beach proposal passed. We fought really hard for that, almost lost it, had to go back again, but we got it passed last year, and I was there for the groundbreaking this year. And this is super exciting. We test water with our high school and middle school students all up and down the coast, and we're in Gardena Willows wetlands, and we know what the water quality is, and we know what runoff does from the streets to water quality, and we know that when we and wildlife are exposed to water that's full of bacteria and toxins and pollutants and trash, it makes us sick, and it can even cause death. So I'm super, super, super excited that you all are really enthusiastic about this and jumping on board to help improve our water quality, improve the quality of life for the people who live in the area and people who come to visit. So thank you very much. I'm so excited for this.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go home and tell all my Surfrider buddies now. Seriously.
Anyone else wish to address this item? You don't have to raise your hand. Come on up.
Hello. So I just have a question about this whole drywall.
This isn't question and answer, Amazon. So
I'm sorry, what?
This isn't a question and answer period. So if you have a comment, you can give it.
Okay, so just when it rains, and it does rain in LA, when it rains exponentially, will all of this off still go into that, what is that, the ocean-friendly garden area, or is it a possibility it could flood?
So thank you. Do you want to do a quick
Be happy to answer
that?
it, sure. The storm drain system that drains into this detention basin right now is all underground storms, underground pipes rather, as we've mentioned before. All we're going to do is divert that water before it sits in that retention basin into these dry wells, and they will fill up to their capacity. And when they're too full of water to take any more, then the water will drain as it always has back around the rain. So there's no reason to be concerned about additional flooding or anything like that. Water will spill over the detention basin and into the Redondo drain and eventually make its way to the ocean.
Yeah, well, we'd like to capture all of it if we can.
We would. We would.
They do have a capacity.
We certainly would.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
What's do we know the maximum capacity of this thing when it's, in a storm? How much water it can take in and plug into the earth?
The basin itself is rated at 6.6 acre feet. Is that what you said?
It was on the slide.
That's, I don't know how many millions of gallons. That's a lot of gallons.
It's a technical term.
Yeah.
And the dry wells were another
So,
19.2.
Can it fill Seaside Lagoon?
6.68 acre feet per hour.
6.6 acre feet is an acre of water a foot deep, so it's a volume of water that it's designed to collect. Usually it's at like a 100-year storm, maybe a 50-year storm for LA County on that big of a project. Yeah, it's operated by the LA County Flood Control District. It's not actually our facility, so we're kind of tapping into their facility to do the infiltration. We get most of our storms are smaller storms, much smaller storms, and the infiltration wells will be able to capture the majority of those smaller storms and infiltrate that water. So it's just the very biggest storms that we won't be able to catch.
Yeah, you said the wells are 19.2 acre feet in capacity.
Yeah.
Far larger than the basin.
The wells have a certain capacity, and then the infiltration rates, and that changes over time, of course, with maintenance requirements and that kind of thing. So yeah, we're at the very beginning of this technology, so we really don't know what all will be involved, but it's had a great start.
But that's 13.85 million gallons of water.
Right,
Thank you.
Bigger than Seaside Lagoon. Or the lower pond. Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item? Hasn't already spoken. Anyone online?
I have no one online, and I have no e-comments for this item.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to item N2, the discussion and possible action regarding the design of the Seaside Lagoon Rehabilitation Project. Elizabeth, I think you've got the floor. Chad. Are you going to cry?
Yes. Wait until we get to this really sad part.
So happy about Seaside Lagoon.
Yeah, that's right. Madam Clerk, if you don't mind putting my presentation up, fantastic. Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Elizabeth House, Community Services Director. With me, I have Perry Cardoza, the president of Nuvis, as well as Linda Ford. She is the senior principal with the firm. They'll be here to help answer any of the detailed questions that I have no clue on, because I'm not an engineer by any means. But I'll be walking you through our presentation on the Seaside Lagoon Rehabilitation Project, and more specifically, our design options, and how we can move this project forward to the next step. So I just wanted to walk you all through some of the background. There are a couple of new council members here, new to this conversation, so this is a good opportunity just to review the events and decisions that have led us to tonight's conversation. As y'all know, Seaside Lagoon is a very popular water amenity in our waterfront. Unfortunately, it does rely on aging infrastructure where ocean water is drawn in, treated, brought into the lagoon, then treated again, and dispersed out back into the ocean. And this is a very challenging and costly system to maintain. Last year, as you know, we had to shut down for 2 weeks during our prime season at the lagoon, and also expended about $60,000 in repairs on the pump. And then on an annual basis, we do collect fines from the California as well as the regional water quality control boards. The last round of fines for that 2-year period was $175,000 for a 2-year period, and that was a cost that was actually negotiated down. And it was a settlement that staff was able to get to. So it is very costly to maintain the system as it is. So knowing that we had to move forward with improvements to the lagoon, the city did secure $10 million in grants. We also allocated about $1 million or $1 million in city funds, and this acted as seed money for the project, for the redesign or rehab, as well as we can use it as matching funds if we were to pursue other grant opportunities in the future. So we identified the problem, we were able to secure funding. Next was, selecting our design lead. We released an RFP, we went through the process, and through the selection process, we selected Nuvis in 2023. From there, we engaged in a very comprehensive community outreach effort. We had community pop-ups, community meetings, I believe a survey or two were done. We also had a subcommittee of stakeholders in the waterfront that provided advice and guidance to Nuvis through the design process. And the Harbor Commission also played a role in advising them on the design. Nuvis took all this feedback, and at the October 15th, 2024 meeting, they presented design options to the council. The council selected design option 2, and you also directed staff to move forward with phase 1 of that design. You want us to move forward with plans and specs for phase 1, and then to pursue entitlement for all phases. So I'll walk you through next what that option 2 was, and then I'll walk you through all the phases as well, just as a refresh for the group. So option 2 included a lagoon that was completely isolated from the harbor, so completely recirculating water and filtering inside the lagoon, no more bringing in water and putting out into the ocean. There's a concrete liner with sand at the bottom of that lagoon. The lagoon was shifted a little bit northward. There's also a reuse of the existing bulkhead, so that's that platform that you all know at the lagoon. There was a roundabout added. This little space up here, it's no longer just a roundabout, it was actually incorporated into the lagoon design and buildings would be there. And that's part of the later phases. There was also removable fences. So you'll see the fuchsia one over here. This is the fence that would essentially go up and come down to allow for year-round access to this space over here. And then this orange one, you see it going through the water. The intent there was to create a deeper pool section over here. And to the north of that fence would be a shallower area that we would have the option of draining if we wanted to during the off season, if we want to create more special event space or use it for some other reason in programming. So that was option 2. And as a reminder, these were the phases we're going to go through with this option. Phase 1 was the lagoon, water slides, pump roof, and drainage. So essentially the lagoon feature itself and all the supporting infrastructure. After that was further out, so park, sand, restroom, and recreation elements. 3 was the building over here in the turnaround. And then there was a promenade improvements along the waterfront. That was phase 4. So since October 2024, we have had to make some refinements to this design. The first came when we started coordinating with the LA County Department of Health, and they would not allow us to have a lap pool and lagoon in one. They required that we have a certain amount of setback as well as fencing between the two elements. So essentially this resulted in a separate pool feature, completely fenced off with a walkway around it, and then another lagoon next to it. So essentially 2 bodies of water functioning as 2 separate types of water amenities. That increased the cost of what we initially presented in October 24. Understanding that probably impacted the cost, we also did a cost estimation refinement just in the last few weeks. 2026 prices are very different from 2024 prices. And with that refinement and cost estimation, we saw that phase 1 alone exceeded $16 million in costs. And that did include contingency as well as inflation over the course of building out the lagoon. And then we also came across site constraints, and that was in the form of the high groundwater table. We could only get to 3.5 feet without really hitting the groundwater, which means there was excavation limitations. The deeper we went, the more dewatering we had to do, and dewatering is very expensive during construction. So that added to the cost as well if we wanted to have a deeper lagoon than 3.5 feet. And then also, just as a reminder, of the 10 plus 1, so $11 million total that we had, $7.9 million is what we have left in current project budget for the construction of the lagoon. So here are the refinements that we've undertaken over the last several weeks. Once we got that cost estimation, staff along with Nuvis have met regularly to see what elements of that design we can pull back. As you can see from the screen, we kept most of the features that were important to the community and to the upgrade of the lagoon, but it's a very pared back version. But we do have the fountain feature. We have the lagoon being replaced one, as well as all supporting infrastructure. We have some additional and smaller splash and spray elements. We're going to have a new slide. We're going to have buoys for informal lap swimming as opposed to a pool. And there is a concrete bottom. It'll help with clarity, but we're going to have sand come in, and there'll be a zero depth entry of sand into the lagoon up to a certain point, and then it becomes concrete deeper at the deeper end.
How do you prevent the sand from flowing down?
There's a little bit of a lip over there. And then without digging further into the ground, so to avoid the groundwater, we do have options that we'll walk you through. 3.5 feet is kind of the standard, the base model we'll present to you, but we'll present another option where we can kind of build up and get up to 5 feet at a cost, of course, but it's cheaper than excavating downward and dewatering. So with the refinements, this is a bird's eye view of what the lagoon would look like. And just to caveat things, this luau shelter is just an example. It can be rectangular, square, and the shading can change. But just to get cost estimation as well as give the council an idea of where we would position the building, we have it up there on the screen. We have the zero depth entry, as I talked about, the little splash and spray features around the lagoon, around the edges, concrete bottom in the deeper parts. Water slide over here. We're going to reuse the platform. There's the fountain, and then the temporary fencing we talked about so that we can make a portion of the Seaside Lagoon available to the public year-round or even off hours. And just to give you all a better view of some of these amenities, especially this temporary fencing, you'll see it coming around this way. So that's just a different angle of the same elements. So I want to talk about some of these items that I mentioned earlier, and I can come back to these slides later if it'll just help the conversation. But you'll see at 3.5 feet, you see the blue line over here, this is where we estimate the groundwater to be. So at 3.5 feet, we're not digging down into it, we're just skirting above it, which means we can avoid dewatering during construction. At 5 feet, if we were to dig down, this is where the groundwater is. So you see us digging down underneath to start grading and adding the layers that are necessary in the membrane for the water feature. And this is where it starts getting very expensive. Dewatering at a minimum will be $1 million, but it can easily reach 2 or higher. So here's an idea that Nuvis and staff started talking about just in the last couple of weeks is instead of going down, how can we maintain a depth that's still fun for adults and young adults, so teens. 3.5 feet is a little too low, so how can we get the depth without digging down? And one of the options we have, and it is much cheaper than dewatering, is on top of the existing bulkhead and the platform we have there, we built some decking. We increase the bulkhead. We do this in a way that ensures the integrity of the infrastructure that's already there. And we have the potential of hitting that 5 feet of water that would be really nice for the use in that space, not just for lap swimmers, but like I said earlier, adults and older children would enjoy a 5 foot depth.
Is that 5 feet plus half
Plus
a foot
6
of
freeboard, 6 inches freeboard.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So again, I can come back to any of these as you guys are having conversations. And then just to give you a visual of 2 options you have for the zero depth entry of the sand, we can do the slope, which is what I think most folks have in mind when they think about a beach-like environment, just a slope down. But council should just be aware that they also have the option of having like a sand beach at a single level and then slope down into the concrete area. But this is a direction you can give us. Cost for either one are similar, so it doesn't matter either way.
What is the distance between the berm and the bulkhead on the other side? Because that's not marked on this.
On this
About 40 feet to where the berm is.
That's a good question. Linda's here. She's going to pull up and she can give us an answer to that in a couple of minutes, if that's okay.
Sure.
Great.
What's recommended between those 2 designs? Go back if you could. Between the slope beach entry and a flat beach entry. Right now it's kind of it's flattish, right?
It's flat-ish. I think but it's, if we want to maintain that beach, that sense of beach, I would recommend the slope entry over the flat, kind of sitting flat space over there. But it's up to you.
But with the slope, sorry, you're gonna have a berm like Councilmember Waller just called it right there. Is that a slight berm or a major berm? Is that like 1 foot? I'm just thinking of visibility, so parents can sit on the slope and see their kids still in the water. It's
One
just
of them
a,
is 6 inches.
Buoys, like there are today.
The flat bottom is a 6-inch jump and the slope bottom is a 1 foot jump.
1 foot jump.
But the berm is fully underwater.
Oh, it's underwater. Okay, this is
Yeah,
all
it's
underwater.
underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The blue
Got
line's
it.
the water
Okay, got
line.
it. Yeah, sorry. All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah, we have an answer already. Okay, so the distance between the berm and the edge?
So the entire width, if you think of that kidney-shaped lagoon, averages between 150 to 160 feet across. So if you had 40 feet, then you've got another, 100, it varies, 100, between
120.
110, 100 feet. It depends on where you're taking that section along that kidney shape.
Okay, so here are design options we put together for you, and you'll see on the next slide we have some more options they can add on to this, but essentially option 1 is the base option like I mentioned earlier. It's 3.5 feet and inclusive of all the elements I had up on slides 8 and 9 earlier, and that comes in at 9.7, let's call it $9.5 million, $9.5 million. Option 2 is to include all those elements and then build up to either 4 or 5 feet of depth. For 4 feet of depth, if we go up, it's $9.95 million. For 5 feet, it's another $100,000, so $10.05 million altogether. Option 3 is we can dig down to get the 5 feet of depth, but as you see from the cost up there, that is going to add quite a bit to the budget. It can take us up to $12.74 million if we take that route. So here are some additional elements that you may want to consider. If you want to, right now we're planning on reusing the sand. We're going to clean it, sift it, do what we can to clean it up. But if you wish to bring in new sand, high grade, super clean sand, fresh into the lagoon, this is the cost estimation for almost 5,000 cubic yards that we would need on site. So it's almost $550,000. There has been community feedback that they would like a restroom facility on the lagoon, perhaps the restroom facing outward or perhaps facing inward, or if we have two, one in, one out.
What is that in reference to, facing outward and inward?
So if we're going to go with 4 stalls, 2 would face outside of the lagoon for users of the ramp, and 2 would face inward for Seaside Lagoon
To
users.
replace the porta potty that's out
To
there?
replace the porta potty.
Copy.
And then, or we can reduce it to two stalls, or you can have just a single stall. That's an option we can add on there. Then the fencing, as you know, is a little rough around the edges at the lagoon. So if you want to replace all the chain link, like for like, it's about $140,000. You can upgrade to really nice tube steel fencing at 8 feet. That's $446,000. Or you can do a combo. We can change out the chain link on the northeast, and if we want to provide a nice view of the ocean on the southwest, we can do a combo of glass and chain link, but you'll see the cost there is $505,000 roughly. Again, these are just cost estimates. And then there was talk of, that temporary fence we would stick up to create a year-round space. There's been some feedback that perhaps we convert 20,000 feet of that into turf as opposed to having sand if we want more actual green space, more grass. And that's the cost that'll run you about $180,000. So those are all options that the council, yes?
On the tempered glass, well, that's nice at first. Isn't there some sort of maintenance that would need to take place as far as cleaning and the like?
100%.
And if my experience or knowledge of beachfront homes that have those glass balconies is the metal that's holding the glass up then gets rusted and is extremely expensive to sand down, polish, de-rust and the like. So,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. There is a cost of ownership with those things. They are very nice, but there is maintenance, and then there's also just wiping the glass constantly for the staff on site too. So
Every child that goes in has to scrub one thing every day.
It's a Montessori summer camp. So I just had one quick question on the 8-inch tube steel fencing. Is that similar to the Portofino Way side of Seaside Lagoon on the entry side? Is that what?
No.
Or how?
No. I don't know if you can.
So on the Portofino Way side, it's the blue tubular steel
Right.
that has the decorative. It wouldn't be the decorative following that same pattern, but it would be the same material
Okay.
of similar height, but sort of a
Just a
standard
straight.
flat,
Mhm.
yeah, with
Okay.
vertical pickets, but very much of similar construction.
Okay.
Okay, is that it?
No. We're going to talk about time constraints. And it's just something for council to consider while you're having the discussion tonight, right? We have a few things constricting us. Top of mind is 2028. LA 28 is coming. We also have beach life in 28. So for working back from those dates, we have a lot of work to do in a very short period of time, including entitlements, environmental review, and preparation of plans and specs for this phase one. We can do it. It'll just be a very, very quick turnaround, and we would have to ensure that every element and every step stays on schedule. And this would be a cross collaboration between my department, the planning department, as well as Public Works, making sure everybody stays in line with scheduling. If we were to move forward, this is a rough schedule. The start date would be of construction would be April 2027, a year from now. The construction will last about 10 months with completion date by early 2028. So here is our recommendation. We'd like for you to provide direction on what elements you'd like to incorporate into the final Seaside Lagoon design. And they're listed up there. And again, I can go back to any of these slides. We do recommend option 2, as well as constructing up to 5 feet, because that depth would be ideal in terms of our actual users enjoying that space as they know it now. And if you do decide to move forward with this, we would need you to direct staff to proceed with preparation of coastal development permit application and to identify funding for total estimated cost of construction, including the final design elements. I do have an Excel spreadsheet I can pull up at any time if you guys want to do math on the
I
go.
was just going to start one, so yes, please do.
We anticipated that. Just a few more comments to provide some perspective on this. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. And thank you, Nuvis, for working through this. We've been at this conversation for over 20 years. One thing that everybody needs to keep in mind, our current facility does not have an indefinite life. We have to move away from the water intake, water discharge model. It has made us vulnerable to fines, as this council well knows, but those fines are not static. Those are not fines that have plateaued. Those are fines that will compound over time with each subsequent 5-year NPDES permit. They will get more restrictive and more difficult to comply with, and those regulations eventually will be either very costly or perhaps lead us to even further penalties beyond fines. So that needs to be understood. This is not a choose the current model versus build something new. We don't have a choice but to build something new. Your choices are how quickly we build the new facility and to what depth and in what style and format. We firmly believe that the additional funding required to get this to 5 feet is important. We think we should make that investment. We do get one option and one opportunity to build this facility. It is now. One other thing to keep in mind, that $7.9 million of remaining grant funds isn't going to get any more expansive as we go forward. It's not going to get easier to build with that $7.9 million if we create delay. I do personally believe we will be able to close the funding gap with existing resources over the next 2 fiscal years through our Quimby funds, as well as perhaps some available CAP 300 funding that we currently have in the CIP. Now, that is within some reason. I believe a reasonable funding target for us for 26, 27 is in the $10 to $10.5 million range, possibly 11. It would require us to allocate a fairly significant portion of our upcoming Quimby fees, but we estimate Quimby fees between $3.5 and $4 million next fiscal year. So even if we were to add $2 to $2.5 million of that $3.5 to $4 million, we would still have significant Quimby fees available for other capital projects. That is when you will make funding decisions, not tonight necessarily. What we're ultimately deciding to do tonight is what level of elements to include in our design that we're proceeding to coastal application for. You will have opportunity to consider the funding implications. You will have opportunity during the course of bidding and final construction drawings to determine what elements we create as bid alternates or what elements we put in the base design as part of that bidding exercise. So you're not committing necessarily to any specific funding allocation tonight. You're committing to a design effort that is already candidly well underway. So the one thing that should be noted here is, and you didn't see any of the secondary phases in our recommendation, we are asking that we don't entitle for all phases of the project at this time, meaning we design to something that reflects these base elements first. We don't have the time, the bandwidth, or the funding really to consider that. That will further delay the entitlement review. Simplifying this exercise to just this primary aquatic replacement feature will help coastal move through this far more quickly, right? We won't be dealing with new view shed issues. We won't be dealing with new amenities, new implications, et cetera. This is effectively a like-for-like replacement with a modernized, controlled, filtered, and circulated system. I personally think if we were able to construct what was just shown to you, it'd be a significant improvement to our existing recreational experience at the waterfront, particularly with the zero depth entry features that have been shown. What we have today, we can speak to turbidity, we can speak to, perhaps water quality. This facility, even with sand in it, is going to be far superior than what our current swimmers experience today. It's not even close. It's not a debate. And I believe it will be very attractive to not only our residents in Redondo Beach, but the coastal visitors that currently patron the facility today. So while this may feel a little underwhelming compared to some of the original designs, this, if we can execute it, is a significant improvement to our waterfront and would be an incredible outcome, especially considering that $10 million of this project budget was funded by the state. So that's just to provide a little context. This is important. And in fact, I would argue this is perhaps our most important project in the upcoming CIP. We're here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. I think I've been on this longer than any, and more in depth on this than anyone up here today, with the exception of our contractor, who I'm sure is a lot more in depth than me. I'm glad we're moving forward. I'm disappointed that it took from October of 2024, a year and a half to get to where, now we're making the real decisions, and it's come back significantly different than what was originally approved by the council. But I do sense that we do need to move forward. I agree we should be targeting getting it done before the next beach life, and certainly not next year's beach life, but the following years.
2028.
And before the Olympics. So, if we can go back to the overhead drawing. Yeah, that one. So, there's a couple things here. First, I like that we've relooked at the sand and being able to put it on the slope down in the shallower areas for the younger kids in the deep area. I'm willing to compromise on that can be a hard concrete bottom. If it's deep enough, nobody will even really notice that. So, but what I am concerned about is where the spray features are. That's for the littler kids, so we need to make sure that's in the sand area, not in the concrete bottom area. I do have a question. If you go to the elevation view or the profile of the slope with the sand. Oh, there. Right there. If we go to 5 feet, can we make that slope version option 1 deeper than 2 feet? Can we go down to 4 feet or? We're going down to 5 foot in depth.
Yes.
Can we make this go, make that slope a little steeper?
Yes.
My point is 2 feet isn't much. The original drawing I saw a week and a half ago was 10 inch, or just in this package, Friday night was 10 inches. We gained a little bit more than a foot. I'd like to see it get, right now, before you go into the biggest fountain, it's about waist deep for an adult. And they climb up on the platform and they jump in. 2 feet that's a kiddie pool to me. So the more depth we can get out of that, the better.
And presumably wouldn't, and Nuvis can answer this, wouldn't everything effectively get deeper as a result of the 5-foot cap? Right?
That's correct. And this is built off of a 3'6"
I understand.
scenario, so yes.
I understand. I do prefer option one because, I just think one level of depth is not, it's not what we have today. It's not, it just doesn't feel right to be one depth and then just drop down to the deep end.
It's not beach-like.
It's not beach-like. I like that. The other concern, and I think I may have a fix, and I'm not going to burden us here tonight because we'll get into much more design, but I'm hoping that we can get deeper sand before we hit in the water, because kids do build sand castles and they'll be scraping the concrete. So I'm hoping we have a solution, and I think I got an idea there, to get deeper sand on the land side quicker than what we show here. Because you're back another at least 40 feet before you get to where you don't have that concrete liner underneath.
The point being, you just like to see, add depth to the sand.
Yeah, and I think I got an
area,
idea how to
not
do
the
that
entry.
and still keep this 1.5 foot freeboard, or, 1.5 foot freeboard. And I'm sure you can come up with it as well as I can. One of the things I want to make sure, and please go back to the overhead view, that corner that's down on the bottom, kind of the middle of the, eventually, we want to make the turn radius for the promenade be bigger. So we don't necessarily have to incorporate it now, but we should design it so it's easy to make that radius turn and not have to modify whatever we're paying for right now. It'd be nice to accommodate it now, but at least design it so that it's not a big cost to go to that turn radius. On the restroom, I think we should go down to the minimum that we can, 2 restrooms maybe. And I sent in a concept of a vestibule that opens both ways. Would like to incorporate the shower into that. There's an outdoor shower. Might as well make that one facility rather than have 2 separate ones that we have to maintain. And I think that's the main stuff. Can you go to your options chart? So
next one or this one?
This, no, so go back, I'll go through both of these. So option 2, I like with the cost difference doesn't seem that significant. I'd rather go to the 5 feet than the 4 feet, and that's the staff recommendation, so I agree with that. Next one. I assume we can make these changes, we can make these trades later, but I'd prefer the high-grade sand to get the turbidity down. I just talked about the prefabricated restroom, doing 1 or 2 stalls and getting that cost down. And we don't want another wall there. We want, we were just trying to replace the outside porta potty. The perimeter chain link, I was leaning towards, for the little delta in cost, the tempered glass, but I do agree it will get dirty quick, and we'll have to put some kind of coating on it to prevent people from graffitiing it. So I'm okay with the going anything but chain link. And is there a way to go to aluminum instead of steel? It just seems in that environment with all the spray, it's going to rust pretty quick.
There's some coated materials as well that are easy on the eye to see through. So I think that may be an option as well.
What do you mean?
Coated, like there's some chain link coated, or there's metal coated.
I've seen meshes that are like coated black that you can see through a lot easier than white. Or is that what you're talking about?
Like that. And there's also companies that they're a kit of parts, so they come out of their factories all pre-coated. So almost like that same coating material. It's not powder coating. It's almost like a rubberized coating. So it lasts longer, and then you're not drilling into it. You're putting it together with stainless steel screws. So it's more of a kit than having weak points with powder coating. Somebody scratches it.
With steel.
Yeah, it's galvanized, but it has a special coating on it. So there's options that we can look at. Right now, we are at the option sort of category. We haven't specifically
I don't want to get
specified.
into the weeds, but I have a boat, stainless steel. If you don't wash it down, corrodes. Everything corrodes, even aluminum, just it corrodes differently.
Right.
And I don't want to go from. We're deselecting glass because it's hard to maintain to something that we're going to have to paint every
And
year.
you've seen, whether you like the style design or not, the anodized aluminum railings we added up at Pure Plaza have held up well in the elements because of the structure, so.
Yeah, I'm just concerned, you know, like we painted the sails a few years ago. There's already rust bleeding down the sails, and I don't want to get to something like that because that'll be a long fence along the ocean side.
Yep.
And I do think we should go for a different design looking towards the ocean than necessarily. I think we can go a little cheaper along the other fronts. We want a good visual through it, through the lagoon to the water. So I'd prefer, not bifurcated, but hybrid with the good stuff right along the water, and we can make that decision later. The sod, I'd kick that can down the road. We can live with sand right now. I know from our discussions through when I was on Harbor Commission and some of the charades, Public Works would prefer no turf because of the maintenance cost and the watering and stuff like that. So I would kick the can down the road on that. So that's my 2 cents on this, having been involved since before we had Nuvis on board, but probably not to the depth that Nuvis had. Councilmember Waller, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. So going through the options, I agree. Option 2, 5 feet makes the most sense. I don't know if it's worth it to get the new sand because it's going to be that much better already, and 500K is a decent cost. I would agree also the 1 or 2 stalls, I think is important to have something permanent instead of the porta potties, but I don't think we necessarily need to go to the full board 4-stall thing that I saw there. Fencing, I'm on the fence on that, so to speak. Again, cost is a big driver. We've got budget issues. Depending on what the Quimby things are, yeah, maybe the hybrid approach would be fine. Otherwise, I'd be okay with chain link. Chain link definitely between the parking lot and the actual facility itself, definitely. And
yeah, if I may,
yeah,
I'm concerned on the water side. That chain link fence, the tubing's rotted through, it's corroded through, and it's hanging there. So we need to do something.
And chain link's easy to climb is the other problem.
Yeah, I would strongly suggest we incorporate some level of fence replacement. We cannot continue to rely on what exists today. At minimum, we're going to need the chain link option. Yeah.
But do you have images of the upgraded steel fencing that you're considering?
We don't, not at this time.
We're just using traditional steel case fencing. I mean, the examples exist in some of our other.
What color?
I don't think we've gotten there yet. I mean, it'd probably be something that would work with vision and
I'm
see.
just trying to get a visual of like, what is this going to look like? Is it going to block the view of the ocean, or it's going to allow the? Okay.
No, it wouldn't block the view of the ocean.
I think more turquoise.
It would be whatever we would select a color would improve the view, and we believe the steel case fencing would be as transparent as the chain link at a minimum.
Okay, all right.
All right, continue.
That's what I did, yeah, and I got
So
some.
Councilmember Waller still has the floor.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, I jumped in there.
On the sod, I actually don't think the sod, the option for putting sod in there, I don't think sod makes sense for that facility. It's the cost there, that's just one-time cost. It's going to have to be replaced potentially after every beach life. I don't know if it makes a difference. It's the whole idea is this is Seaside Lagoon, it's not a grass park. So I wouldn't even in the future kick the can down the road. I'd say no to the sod. But I do agree we need to make sure we get this thing started so that it is complete before Beach Life 28, because that could be a cost to us if we don't have that available. Sloping versus the flat entry, I'd defer to anyone else on that one. I think that was all the option questions.
One point of note as it relates to the sand, I think this is for a full removal and replacement of all sand on the premises. If our concern is higher grade, more coarse sand for purity in the water, we could use our current sand in the lagoon for the play space that's kind of the year-round area, and we could focus
that's what I'm for.
Sand replenishment in the areas that would actually affect water turbidity.
And just the reason for that, having talked with staff and your pool expert, that getting the turbidity down to help the lifeguards is my concern there, and the cleaner sand helps keep the turbidity down.
And we can probably do some sand remediation and protect the best sand and use that in the more of the year-round area that we currently have and just add the course stuff to the new space.
Okay, is that it, Councilmember Waller? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
So I think you wanted the high-grade sand?
Just in the water area, what Mike
Reusing
just.
the other sand.
All right.
We actually have that number handy, so I'm going to plug it into our spreadsheet if we need it.
I guess I'm trying to see a tally. Can you share your spreadsheet so we can see
a tally.
how we're doing? Yeah.
Linda, could you pull up
Please.
that cost so I can plug it in? You shared it with me earlier.
While she's doing that, I thought that you did not want grass there, Councilmember Waller. I thought that grass would help make it a year-round facility for those non-coastal areas and picnicky in the winter. No? All sand? All right.
I think it depends on your perspective. Sand's very versatile. We can do volleyball, we can do events, obviously, like beach life. Turf is probably more aesthetic in the off-season, but
I guess it would get totally trampled in
it
the
would.
beach life too.
Yeah, and it does add to our maintenance costs when we add
Okay.
turf.
All right.
But I want to be honest with you, when we did the charades, people did like grass. In fact, they called that area the Great Lawn.
Yeah, families like it, but I understand it's the Seaside Lagoon.
I just want
If you see-
to, full disclosure, have.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
on
If we
it, so.
see if you ever been to Stagecoach, which occurs after two iterations of Coachella, you realize there's no more grass on the polo field, and that would be the case pretty much after every beach life or any other event that occurs there. And so I imagine that would be a costly from the standpoint of putting new sod down as well as watering it.
And a new
back to-
irrigation
back to
system
life.
for it.
Yeah, as well as the irrigation. So I'm willing to forego that. I'm up for the new sand. The fencing, I guess, if the city manager is recommending a higher grade fence, I'm okay with it. I didn't think if we replace the regular fence that we have right now with another new one, I thought that would be fine, but I'm okay with a higher grade steel fence for this nice facility as well. And yeah, building up option 2, building up to 5 feet. And any other options?
The slope or the flat for the.
I think, what did you say, slope?
I prefer the slope.
Yeah, sloped. I think sloped, like, make it like it is in the ocean or the beach. And bathrooms, yeah, I think, you guys want to do 1 or 2?
I think, seeing the cost difference, I think 1 is, I mean, we're living with 1 porta potty there now.
So this is just to serve the outside or to serve the outside and the inside? And the inside?
So if you go 2-stall, which I believe is the 425 option, that's only slightly more expensive than the 1-stall. The single stall creates a lot of cost. We've got plumbing infrastructure, so adding the second stall isn't as expensive. I think it's worth doing that.
Yeah,
But
125.
I think we would recommend the 2-stall concept, so you got 1 in and 1 out.
Yeah, okay, so I'd go with 2 stalls.
Shower outside?
I think we could probably add that.
I think we can have that.
Showers on both sides? No, just the outside?
I think you want it on the outside. If you do it on the inside, you've got sand issues and then water.
Okay, got it. And then, question, if we use Quimby funds for this facility, this is the Tidelands or the Uplands?
It is Tidelands eligible as well, and in pro rata share, Uplands eligible is what we do not have. I do not forecast having available Uplands capital funds. We may potentially have some available Tidelands capital funds. If we do, we'll certainly recommend that as part of the CIP. What I'm just suggesting tonight is Quimby, I think, is going to be our strongest available source of funds this year.
So, well, I guess, and I have no problem with that. I just wanted to know, could we loan Quimby funds to the Tidelands and the Uplands for these purposes and have some sort of repatriation, repaying back at some point to the Quimby funds if, Tidelands and Uplands all of a sudden started to have, windfall or.
Maybe, but it would involve approval from the State Lands Commission. So that gets a little bit squirrely.
Okay, it's not an easy loan situation. All right. So two stalls, yeah, that's it, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a few questions for Mr. Cardoza.
Yes, sir.
The zero depth sand entry designs that we saw earlier, in your experience, is that a tried and true option? Do you have a high level of confidence that it will function as intended?
It will stay, but it will be a maintenance concern. Something that it can be overcome. So some of the questions that we were in talking to our team were, let's just say, seabirds. So you're going to have seabirds in that portion periodically, and so there may be some biologic materials, but because it's a chlorinated pool now, it's not just a tidal enriched lagoon, that will really help. So a part of this whole mechanic system that we're putting in will hopefully offset those types of concerns. The sand will move around, we know that, but we're hoping that having that barrier to keep most of the sand out will work.
If I could interrupt, you're hoping it will work. Is it a tried and true method that gives you a high level of confidence that it will work?
Will work. So there will be maintenance, no doubt. So having the sand, I put it this way, there was a project that our engineers had worked on that had a similar detail. And Zarong, if you have, it was removed after, I believe, a year or two, just because of the fact that the maintenance was too costly. That's what we were told.
Was removed after a year or two because the maintenance became too costly.
Right.
And based on everything you know about this project, and certainly hearing from and knowing the mayor, what do you envision may happen here?
I think when we talked about this scenario, we knew that the maintenance aspect could be overcome. We had city staff involved with that meeting, and when we were looking at the option of concrete all the way to the top versus having the sand, that this was a viable option.
And we're looking at the option. It's viable. You mentioned maintenance. Can you give us a rough order of magnitude of the maintenance that would be involved? Is this lifeguards at the end of every day out there sweeping sand? Is this bringing in a professional group? What type of maintenance do you envision? And rough order of magnitude, what do you think the cost would be to maintain that?
I could not give you a cost on what that would be because we seasonally, you're going to have your heavy months of use. If I can't even approach how to manage that without really sitting down with our team and trying to study how much sand could make it over that barrier that ultimately would have to be pushed back in.
Okay. And to hold that thought for a moment, Mr. City Manager, have you given any attention to that particular issue, and what are your thoughts?
We know it's going to be an issue. It contributes to filtration, cleaning, filtration replacement over time. There's no doubt that that's a component. We're not as concerned because what we deal with now is massively untenable. I mean, you would never build, design, and maintain and operate the facility that we have today. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on chlorine and bisulfite. It's a very difficult system to deal with today. This will be far easier than what we currently deal with. So we see this as an upgrade to our cost pro forma. Will sand be a negative contributing factor to cost? Yes, no question. And if we wanted to remove that to make this a more traditional pool-like facility, we would save money.
Yes.
But I think we would ultimately be replacing the facility with something that the community wouldn't be as excited about.
Not as excited.
That's effectively our trade-off.
Okay. And the design here would help achieve the zero depth sand entry and...
Well, at least protecting to some degree the sand. Even without sand in the water, underneath the water line itself, there's going to be sand blowing into the pool. Sand is going to be a component of our maintenance under all options.
Okay.
That's an expectation.
This design is designed to mitigate that
as best as possible.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you. And for Mr. Cordoza, we walked through the different options and getting a deeper depth in the dewatering issues that are involved. Are there any other peers in the field that you can or have conferred with? Crystal Lagoons comes to mind. I'm not intimately familiar with them. You are familiar?
Yes, we know who they are.
You know who they are. They've done a number of these types of projects
Yes.
throughout the United States and even, I think, internationally, Egypt, Dubai. Have you had an opportunity, would you be open to conferring with them as a peer to help with some of these design issues? Maybe they have some value engineering, cost-saving proposals where they've run into a whole lot of different issues, including water tables, where they may have some ideas as to how we could mitigate the dewatering costs, go to a deeper depth potentially, yet save money, value engineering. Have you given that any thought, and do you see any potential utility to calling upon their expertise?
It is my understanding, because I believe they had a presentation, either they spoke at one of your council meetings or I know that there was some dialogue early on, maybe about a year and a half ago. And we had dialogue with them also. It is our understanding when we started to look into their system of operation mainly and how they ran their business, it was that they would be tied into this project. So they would be a part of the ticket sales. They wouldn't
The business
just
model, pardon
consult.
me interrupting, business model wouldn't work, yet they have a reservoir of knowledge.
I don't think they would, I don't think they would allow us to access that without signing the paperwork that they wanted us to sign, would sign this project away. So in our terms, we would have to bring them in as a subconsultant. We'd have to dismiss our team that we currently have on water engineering and design, and then they would be a part tied into the city as part of the...
A good point, and thanks for clarifying that. So they do have the expertise, but to unlock that, there is a financial component that doesn't work for this business model, correct? Is there anything in the public space, the public domain, from what they've done, where you can take a closer look and see if from some of their designs that are out there in the public space that may help with the value engineering here, cost savings, and maybe even get to that depth?
Possibly, yes. Yes. We're not so focused on one solution. We're very open-minded to trying to create the most cost-effective and long-term solution that we can come up with. And in one of the items, just on the section here, the nice part about this is that the sand is an additive. It doesn't add really any structural or waterproofing component to it. It's textural. It's a feel. It's a look that we're trying to go after. Let's just say at some point, costs become too. It's not sustainable. By removing that sand, by putting that out, you still have a crystal lagoon type of a look, and you still accomplish the same thing. The depth would be a little bit deeper because the lack of sand, but it's I think a component that's very important to the community.
Absolutely.
To feel that.
The sand.
And so the sand.
And the depth, to the
And the
mayor's
depth.
point, and
Right.
to the city managers.
Right.
And there's additional costs with the depth and the dewatering. If there's any other value engineering or cost savings that can be accumulated, it'd be good to know that so that we could move forward and ensure we have the best project we can within the economic constraints.
One of the things that I'm curious to add on to that line of questioning that maybe Nuvis can answer or Pace, that's with the water table at its current level, right? If you're a believer in, how quickly sea level rise is going to occur, there's a scenario 30 to 50 years from now where that presumably actually increases further, adding more hydrostatic pressure on the liner of the pool. So there's maybe an argument to be made that going up is the logical decision now versus down anyway, which, speaking to that option,
creative option, moving up.
Moving the bulkhead up is kind of where we're heading with most of our mold designs. Most of our coastal resilience strategies are adding fill as opposed to lowering. So while dewatering certainly isn't fun from a construction cost standpoint, it may be just simply smarter for us longer term to think up, not down to begin with.
All right.
If I may, when we...
Yeah, and
when I
I'm
was in a
finished. Thank you,
meeting,
Mayor.
Where we went to the Coastal Commission with our first rough thoughts on this. One of their first things was, well, what are you doing for sea level rise? And we could say this is part of our.
Well, and the
CUP.
hydrostatic pressure is a real issue for us. I think it's a real issue for the long-term viability of the liner in this facility. And, this will be
And frankly,
fine.
that's what Crystal Lagoon, when they talk to us, they do a liner, they don't do a concrete.
Right.
And they were worried about it bubbling up from underneath, so.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Scott.
No, that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Let's see, Councilmember Castle.
I just had a couple of questions. Most of them have been answered. First, to the city manager, in terms of the amount of money that we have to available to spend realistically tonight, what would that number be? Because right now we're at 10.6.
Yeah, as I mentioned briefly previously, I have reasonable confidence in looking at our preliminary CIP figures this year, that we're going to have somewhere between an estimated $3.5 to $4 million of new Quimby fees as part of the CIP available to us in the 26-27 fiscal year, and certainly if you incorporate the following 6 months in the beginning of the 27-28 fiscal year. That's really just from two projects that are fairly imminent. So it's a fairly conservative estimate. If we were hypothetically to recommend to you 60 to 75% of next year's tranche of funds for this project, we're more than covered here. I do believe there might be some additional CAP 300 funds that can support this that are currently in the queue, and there is a possibility that we'll have some available fund balance in the Tidelands. And if we do, I will be sure to recommend that first and foremost. So I feel good about us being able to get to that $10.5, even $11 million project estimate over certainly the next fiscal year, if not the next 2 fiscal years. And we really will have 2 bites at this apple by the time construction is fully concluded.
Okay. And then quick question on the operational cost. Is there a difference in operational cost of the fully sloped sand bottom versus the flat in terms of how much sand would end up in the deeper end, or would that not be really material?
I don't think it would be relevant.
Okay.
Right. And I think that it would be more, actually, I take that back, not so much the sand, but it's the biologic material. It's this, if the seabirds are having a long, flat plateau to mill about, versus they started getting too deep for them in their comfort zone, at least we're keeping them in more close to the shore zone versus getting them out into the water.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. And then one last question that I had, just from a design standpoint. We're going up, raising the, I guess, the seawall or the barrier wall a foot to get to 5 feet of depth. Could we go deeper? And would that be materially more expensive?
Go higher?
Because instead of, what I was thinking originally was, instead of digging down and hitting the water table, what if we built around the lagoon up 2 feet, which is effectively what that is.
Right.
But are we limited to just 5 feet?
No, I think it's all structural engineering. It's tying into an existing old bulkhead.
Okay.
There's also several vaults, but we could always box around those and add, steps to get into those vaults down below. That volume, I believe, is around 12 feet. We've been in there once or twice to look around. But I think anything is possible with structural engineering and with cost. So we can figure that out.
There are other potential implications, though. If we raise it and we raise the depth, now we're starting to create new elevations on the interior of the facility as well, right? So, which is going to affect how we access walkways and how we access sand, and there are new volumes there. So, there's a limit. And the nice thing is, potentially, this is a facility that you potentially could append to later, right, to add or maintain depth. So I think we feel pretty good about 5 feet. If we get 5 feet of quality swimming area in the deep end, I think we feel recreationally we've accomplished our goal.
Okay.
I think a dune with a pool on top would be good.
Just an above ground lagoon. So I guess I would like to make a motion then that we move forward with the 5 feet of depth, the fully sloped.
We're talking about option 2.
Option 2.
Going up.
The prefabricated restrooms and 2 stalls, and
With a shower.
with a shower on the exterior side, And then upgrading the perimeter fencing, for now with chain link, I think we can come back at some future date when, there's more money available to do different fencing in that chain link fence.
When is the fencing, when do we make that decision?
Final plans and specifications, not really during the entitlement. I don't know, will Coastal ask about that? They might, actually. So we'll probably have to submit that. What we may just do is submit options. We may tell them approve both chain link and steel case fencing. And then where we would address it is through bidding. We would have the steel case perhaps be a bid alternate. If the price is good, maybe we add it to the final construction. You would make that decision logically in the early part of 2027.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Should we just budget for the steel case?
How much was this steel case?
It's, as opposed to 139, it's
446.
450, yeah.
So that would take us up to 11?
It's another 300K.
So I would say budget for that. That would take us up to the 11, which is sort of the upper.
Yeah, and then you're going to make final decisions when we bring back final plans and specs with the final refined cost estimate. And we'll try to create as much buffer in the CIP as we can. And what may happen is we might be a little bit short at the time of bidding, and we may have to pad the budget as part of the 27-28 capital plan, not just the 26-27 budget.
And we talked about a possible hybrid fence plan that was some chain link,
Yeah.
some too.
Yeah.
Right.
Hybrid what?
Hybrid fence option.
Some chain.
And some.
Hybrid
Oh,
fence.
Fence option, yeah.
So that could reduce that 446 to something.
So I'll call it with a flexible fencing
Yeah.
plan and whatever we need to get through coastal to have that flexibility.
Second
The
that.
sand.
I think for now, just because we're at the 11, go with the existing sand. Sand is something that we could always replace in the future.
Is new sand in that 10.6?
It's not. That would be $363,000 more if we want to do the sand material just around the lagoon.
Right. And we're at 11 right now.
We're going to 11.
That's something that we can add in later.
I believe so. I think, again, what you may direct us to do is design the entitlement to that capacity. And then if we have to do bid deducts or bid alternates during course of construction, we can finalize it then. But it probably, will coastal
I don't think
opine
that,
on coarse sand versus existing sand? Probably
believe
not,
so,
right?
no.
Okay, so we can add it later then, I believe.
Okay, should we leave it in and just have our big target for what it is we want to fund? And if we can't fund that, then we shrink down what we're going to put in?
Making options in the bid, yeah.
I mean, I think I got a sense of what your optionality is here. So yeah, I think if I can get you an 11.3 budget next year, we'll strive to do that. And if we can only afford 10.5 for the time being, we just may have to afford 10.5 for the time being, when figured out.
Right. You basically have our priority list.
I think
options.
I think I got a sense of it.
Okay, anything else in your?
Second
How about no sod or sod? Do you want?
No sod. I think stick with the sand.
Can we do is the radius turn planning for that? Is that any
yes.
cost right now?
that's,
Planning for the not a
yeah,
comedy.
it's really, that would be a zero cost.
It's just making sure we don't have structures there that we
Right.
can't relocate
You're just
later,
going to
right?
have a little bit of space on the outside that
I just
will,
don't want to make sure we don't put any drainage or.
Oh, yeah, for
something
sure.
like that
Yes,
that
yes,
would
yes.
be really expensive.
Ideally, we just can easily move the fencing in
Yes.
if and when we get to the promenade improvement. Yeah.
Okay, that's your motion?
And the
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I just wanted to add a couple things. First off, I mean, there's a number of all sand facilities throughout the world. Yucaipa is probably the nearest one that I'm familiar with that has a much bigger feature and deeper that's all sand and has slides that are more like Wet and Wild leading into it. Hard Rock now I forget who bought them. But the Hard Rock had a sand bottom pool. Hawaii, there's a number of lagoons that are sand, that are fresh water, or even like us, they're pumping ocean water in and treating it. Minnesota, I think, has 6 sand pools. Australia, Disney, and Florida's got several. So this isn't like new technology. And I'm glad you mentioned, no matter what we do, as long as we have a sand beach, there's going to be sand blowing and being tracked into the pool feature itself. I do think there's some operational things we can do to limit migration of the sand over, for lack of a better term, the berm. If we put the buoys for where young kids can go. Before that, it's less apt to have it tracked across that barrier. Then you'll have kids entering on the deep end or on the shallow end, but you'll limit the number that are going through that and kicking sand or tracking sand over. The birds, I agree, if we put in flat and it's wading depth, there would be more, but we're gonna have birds in there regardless. There's birds in the harbor where they're not touching bottom. When it's windy, they tend to settle in there by the hundreds, and I know they do in the lagoon as well. But hopefully with better treatment and all that, we'll have actually cleaner water than we have today. So I support the option, the motion that's been put on the floor. And with that, open it up. Oh, Councilmember Kalajerovich, before I go to the public.
I would just say I support your motion. Thank you for bringing these options. I just want to emphasize, and I know you were taking notes, but the shower is part of
restaurant.
Right.
Yeah.
On the outside.
Right. And then when it comes to fencing, I know we don't have to make that decision now. I appreciate the motion that's giving us options. And I would just say that, this is going to be a beautiful facility. And I think if we can afford it, to not just put chain link, I think
It makes sense.
be much better.
Yeah, I agree.
One other thing, it doesn't have to be part of the motion, but I think we can write the RFP so that we can, if somebody's got an innovative idea that reduce costs or reduce maintenance down the road, we should write it so that we can consider those in the source selection. Yeah. Okay, with that, are you finished?
I'm finished, yes.
Okay, we'll open up to the public. Do we have any cards on this one? Okay, anyone from the public wish to address this item? Mr. Hanson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. Hello, Perry. Hello, Linda. Good to see you guys again. Mark Hanson, King Harbor boater, also proud member of the Public Amenities Plan, where we discussed all this at some length, and I went to every pop-up and I went to the stakeholders meeting. So it's great to see us making progress, and my compliments to staff and Nuvis for pragmatically dealing with some challenges that just popped up. I read that admin report and could just imagine you guys in your offices going, oh boy, how are we going to deal with this? But I think you guys have done a great job dealing with it. The lap pool that the public county folks, said, no, we can't have them up against that. I just thought that was a wonderful idea when I first had it. It came from one of the harbor commissioners. And one of the things I loved about it was that for decades, we've, critiqued our lagoon that the water part of it's only a 90-day thing. What could we do out of some of the other 365 days a year? That's been a tough question to answer. And that idea of that little lap pool right next door to it seemed like it answered part of that question. So sad to see reality is we're not going to do it right now in phase one. But I just might put a bug in all of our ears to keep that in the back of our mind, because this is only phase one of 4 phases, and maybe in those future phases there'll be some money. Maybe we want to revisit that. Maybe when you guys are deciding exactly how to design things, you keep your mind, let's keep a little space over here to the side just in case we come up with the money and want to do that, because I thought that was an intriguing concept, but isn't going to happen tonight. I noticed during a lot of discussions, beach life came up quite a number of times, and particularly talking about sod or sand, and that immediately made me think, well, in that admin report, I never saw any reference to us chatting with beach life, and so just might be something, before the ink dries on tonight, is to, pick up the phone, talk a little bit with the beach life guys and just say, hey, here's what we're thinking about doing, just in case they have anything, super bright to tell you about the sod and the sand. So,
but we only have a 1-year deal with them.
Very good, very good. So, at any rate, great job, everybody. Great to see us moving forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item? Okay, anyone online?
Let's see, yes, I have Leslie Krazan.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Good evening, Council. This is Leslie Curzan, District 2 Harbor Commissioner on the subcommittee for the Seaside Lagoon. I appreciate the update today and leaning forward with the schedule at this point. I did want to remark that the subcommittee and the Harbor Commission had not seen any of the refinements presented today, and it would have been nice to see the implications, I guess more specifics on the refinements versus what was approved when we were moving forward with option 2, and also to see how, is there still a plan, is there still flexibility to get us from the refinement to the future phases that were originally envisioned? Or are there areas where, hey, we're making choices now that will really be cost prohibitive and we'll want to abandon them in the future as far as the future, the original vision? I would have liked to see more information on that. With the sand, we did talk about lack of, no sand, but from the public as well as our discussions within the subcommittee and the commission, the sand bottom was extremely important. So seeing it only go to 2 feet really is inadequate. If we go to a depth of 5 feet, I don't know, how much that brings that down to 3 feet, 4, or, how deep that sand gets. But I would have liked to have seen it go even deeper than 3 feet, more like 4 feet would be nice. I understand the cost constraints. Definitely agree with accommodating the radius in the road so we don't do anything silly that has a lot of construction costs later. Like the recommendation on the bathrooms and showers. The reason that we had some artificial turf or sod in some area, one of the reasons was the plan had fire pits in that area. So just a consideration, I guess that can still be done with sand. And I like the idea of, with the application with the Coastal Commission to make sure that we're building in flexibility with things like fencing, the building structure that they show for the pump house, and you're calling it a luau. Again, concerns there on how do we get to the future phases. Is there flexibility in how we put that in the application, or how we consider that build out to make sense later on?
Okay, thank
and
you,
I'm out of
Leslie.
time. Thank you.
I have one follow-up.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak?
I have no one else and no e-comments.
Okay.
She brought up a good point that we discussed briefly, but I don't think we made a decision on. In terms of the slope at its deepest point, in the design, the graphic you had here, I believe it was 2 feet. What did we end up deciding? How deep do we want to go before the berm?
Well, I think once we naturally, that's a 3.5 foot total depth. So if you just add 1.5 feet to that, I think presumably it's going to be at least at 3.5 feet, right?
3.5 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. And
So-
that's what, okay. I just want to be clear
I
that
thought
we,
at 5 feet it'd be.
No,
2 feet deep, right?
the sand.
The sand depth will terminate at roughly 3.5 feet of depth. If it's terminating at 2 feet at the
shows 2
3.5
here.
foot deep facility, it'll go up another 1.5 feet of total
At
depth
18
in the
inches to
slope.
all those numbers.
If we go down to 5 feet, we should be able to get 4 feet of depth right before the berm.
And it might be that, but it's going to be somewhere between 3.5 and 4 feet. It's going to be a lot deeper than it is currently.
right. Okay. All right. I just want to be clear that it wasn't the 2 feet that was in the graphic.
Right, yeah.
That's the
And
other.
I did neglect to talk about the lanai. You said there's flexibility in that, but this L-shaped one, I think, I understand that potentially we could rent it out to different parties, but even like the retirement we just had there, if it was configured like this, wouldn't have been the same experience as with everybody being able to get in the same facility. So I'd like to, and I know that's not adding cost, but I'd like to see it where it can handle the capacity that it does today with that, so that you can see people across the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll look
That's a
to,
minor.
we'll seek to maximize its flexibility in the final design. And
I don't want to change the motion for that.
And while we're on the subject, none of what we're doing here, while we're reconciling and being realistic about what we can pragmatically build, rather than design all phases of the project from an entitlement standpoint, nothing that we're doing with these choices is prohibiting us from expanding on the Lanai concept down the road, adding the buildings down the road, or certainly constructing the promenade. So all of the, at least conceptual phases that were considered early on are eventually on the table. What I just want everybody to understand is this is what we can reasonably afford and build in the foreseeable future. That's our focus. We will need significant fundraising beyond our local resources to execute all phases of the project.
One last question. The 400 some K for the storm drain, was that the overflow for the pool? No?
That was part of the existing.
The drawing wasn't very clear to me on.
Right, that was the existing storm drain that's under the current lagoon right now that would have to be replaced, and we'd have to run the new storm drain around the perimeter of the whole 1 acre lagoon. So it's rerouting. I want to say the demo is included, but
Part of what you said,
yeah,
planning for the future.
Is that future phase?
It's the future, yeah.
Okay, so it's not going to be
we're not paying for
affected.
that right now.
Yeah, we're not going to have to deal with that in this particular phase, correct? Are we just planning for the apparatus to allow for that?
We do have to go around the
It's
perimeter.
one of the things you were talking about where we want to make sure that we don't have to rip it out later.
Okay.
If we're going to plan for those things in the future, we want to put it in a location where you're not having to dig it back up. And you also don't want to have a new storm, your storm drain sitting underneath a concrete lid that you can't get to, and all of a sudden you've spent all this money and you can't get to it.
Okay, so it is relocating the existing storm drain apparatus.
Running underneath the sand today?
So I have the site plan. If, City Clerk, could you bring up the screen?
The yellow line.
Yeah, and I can't visualize what that is. What are those two yellow circles?
Those are the decks that you see, those concrete, when the water goes low, you have those oval-shaped decks. That's part of the storm drain system.
Oval-shaped what?
If you could think of the little bunker type structures that are in the lagoon today, in the middle of the water.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're going to have to repurpose.
Okay, I don't want to belabor it here. I
Yeah.
can find this detail out later.
That's connected to the storm drain system.
I withdraw the question.
Yeah.
I'm still confused by this, but I don't want to bore everybody with it. Okay, so I'm going to call the vote. All for it? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was productive. Okay, city manager item?
Let's see, just a little bit of housekeeping. We are dark next Tuesday night. We will be back at it first Tuesday in May. That's going to be a pretty heavy night. We're going to have our hearing to discuss an update to our housing element. It's going to be a big evening. And we are likely to have our Athens contract as well ready for recommendation to you that evening, among a few other items. So the first meeting in Tuesday is going to be a little bit more voluminous than the last this meeting and the prior. So just prepare for that. But we are dark next Tuesday night. That's all I have tonight.
Okay, referrals to staff. Councilmember Waller.
None tonight.
Councilmember Castle.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
I do have two.
Councilmember. You're on.
Okay. Last year, there was a BRR on facility usage and revenue from those facilities. If we can just update that BRR with this year's usage and revenue.
Just so I remember, which facilities are we talking about?
All of our
kind of rec center type?
yeah.
Yes,
City
gotcha.
rental
Yes.
If we can do that. And then also, I guess this is a referral to have a discussion about facilities, mechanical systems, just life cycles of our buildings, much like we do with our vehicle replacement.
We have a strat plan item that talks about the asset management program that we're trying to bring on, which will do some analysis and evaluation of our systems. I think we can incorporate that conversation into that.
Great. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rabaji?
Just, well, first a correction. We do have a multi-year deal, I think, still with Beach Life for a couple more years at least. I made a mistake there. I'd like a BRR on, please, on the cheapest, least expensive way to change the facades of our monument signs up on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, on Redondo, to reflect the new logo and new font. Not decking them and reconstructing them, but just take off the existing lettering, restucco, repaint, and yes, whatever.
So kind of just a cheap brand update of our existing monument signs.
Exactly.
What about wayfinding signs? Was that, okay, never mind.
Let's just start with the monument sign. We did get a BRR on that a while back.
Yeah, we gave you the full replacement cycle.
Maybe include in that the wayfinding signs like on 190th is what you're thinking about, right? Yeah. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Barrett?
None.
And I have none. Let's see, so with that, I will take a motion to recess to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and before I call the vote, we will be talking to R11
R11 and R12.
Can you read those off, please?
Yes, as listed by, or as authorized by the government code as it appears in the published agenda, the City Council will be discussing the following items in closed session. Items R11 and R12 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For R11, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of Harbor Drive, Pacific Avenue, Catalina Avenue, Gertruda Avenue, Redondo Street, and Esplanade. And for item R12, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of King Harbor Turn Basin and Hand Launch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Witsansky, who will be talking to those
Yes.
two items, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park, and Elizabeth House will be present for both of the two items.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote on the recess. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll be back afterwards to report out any actions on closed session items. Thank you.
Oh, got a sign.
Got us. Perfect.
Good to know.
Did you see in the rendering that the cars, one of the cars is a DeLorean?
Oh.
What rendering?
For Seaside Lagoon?
Okay, hot mic.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
30 seconds.
This one here.
My dad had one
Oh,
growing
he
up.
did?
Yeah.
That's
Slowest car ever.
Oh, yeah.
Like 80 miles an hour max.
That whole 88 thing was kind of a joke because
Okay, we're reconvening to open session. I'm going to call it back to order. I'll do the roll call. Councilmember Waller.
present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalajirovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And I'm here. Mayor Jim White. Here. Here. Could I get anything to report out of closed session?
No reportable action, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. The next city council meeting will be an adjourned regular meeting. Closed session starts at 4:30, and the regular open session starts at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, May 5th, right here in council chambers. Thank you and have a good night.
May 5th, huh?
Okay.